아니요, 지금 자다 깨갖고 좀 맹해가지고. 일찍 자라고. 아, 어제는 돌김했다고요? 네, 모나 살짝 현타 와갖고 조금 딴 거 하고 있어요. 아, 잠이 안 깨네. 나이 건강 챙기라고. 아니, 이제 좀 날씨 쌀쌀해지니까 이제 좀 많이 졸리네. 던. 그렇게 얘기하지 말아줄래요? 어? 뭔가 그 게임이 연상되잖아. 모넌이 현타 왔다고. 맞아. 포스탈 나온다더라. 이거 아직도 3도 나왔었어요? 어서 오세요. 어서 오세요. 뭐? 미스터 오버? 그거 음 나는 별로 같던데. 그냥 봤을 때 나는 좀 별로라고 생각했고 실제로도 뭐 평점이 그렇게 높은 편은 아니던데. 11월 6일. 아직도 한참 남았네. 음성도 1번어라고? 맞아요. 압박이 심해서 계속 패치 중이라고? 아 맞아, 밸런스 좀 안 맞는다는 얘기 들리긴 하더라. 블루홀에서 만들었다 그러던데? 뭐야, 인게임이 안 나오고 이게 다야? 뭐 하자는 거야? 아 뭐야, 스팸이야. 스팸이 떴어. 이게 뭐야 이게? 갓게임이라고요? 거짓말. 이거 뭔지는 대충 알 것 같은데. 이거 트레일러도 본 것 같다. 이거 운빨 똥만 게임이잖아요. 이것도 뭐야? 매우 긍정적. 운빨 똥만 게임 하스? 하스보단 실력 게임이라고? 지금 하스 무시하는 겁니까? 게임이 최적화가 안 돼 있나봐요. 그래픽은 뭐 그렇게 뭐 이렇게 사양 잡아먹을 게임은 아닌 것 같은데. 핫으면 전사 망게임이라고요? 아닌데요. 술사 똥망게임인데요. 패치된 지 좀 됐어요? 아니야, 너도 받아놓고서 또 안 하면 어떡해. 음. TV에서도 방송할 때 하품하면 징계 사유랬다고요? 아니네, 하품한 적 없는데. 취약 성공했냐고? 아, 그거 약간 좀 뭐라 해야지? 약간 서운해졌어. 요즘 날씨가 추우니까 모기가 없더라고요. 머릿맡에다가 짜놓기는 했는데 아예 애초에 모기가 활동을 안 하니 정말인지 아닌지 확인할 방법이 없네. 받아보라고. 나 아까 전에 깜빡 잠들어갖고 그래요. 그래서 아직 지금 조금 잠이 덜 깼어. 어서오세요. 깜빡이 아니라 매일 잔다고? 아, 그럼 피곤한 걸 어떡해. 이제 추워지니까 더 할 거야. 나는 좀 추위 많이 타는 편이어갖고. 잠깐 누워있었던 것도 이제 뜨끈뜨끈하니까 그냥 그대로 잠든 거지. 아유, 피곤해. 그래요. 그럼 일단 받아놓을게요. 감사합니다. 근데 안 받아지는데? 됐어. 마음만 받을게요. 아, 근데 등록이 돼 있어. 씨. 감사합니다. 모니터랑 컴퓨터랑 플스키니까 난방이 저절로 된다고? 아, 점점 쌀쌀해져. 이제 두꺼운 옷 꺼내야 달라나봐. 겨울잠 그만하고 게임이나 하라고요. 아, 이렇게 인심이 사납네. 이어폰 어쩌지? 반팔 입고 시원하다 하고 다닌다고요? 아, 아침엔 너무 추워. 저녁은 쌀쌀한데 아침은 너무 추워. 낮엔 또 더워. 아, 뭐 개떡같아 진짜.
Welcome. I mean, of course, the happy evil was ready for his third adventure.
이 시리즈는 해보지는 않았는데 뭐 약간 던전 키퍼 같은 계열이라고 하더라고요. 뭐 관련된 거 뭐 게임 플레이형 관련된 거나 뭐 이런 건 하나도 못 봐가지고 그냥 던전 키퍼 같은 거다라는 종류밖에 모르거든.
Dungeon Basics. The newcomer evil should learn the basics of dungeon management. Evil, evilness. The fast-learning evil quickly set about sending its creatures into the overworld. Dungeons for advanced
요게
students.
다
The
그건가
skilled
보지?
evil quickly learn the skills needed to run.
네, 처음 해보는 거예요. 그냥 캠페인 시작해도 알려준다고?
The still learning the ropes evil
시나리오
had
하나
decided to try
깨고서
the excellent
바로
tutorials.
삭제했다고요? 왜? 취향이 안 맞아갖고?
In this childishly simple introductory mission, it would learn the basics of dungeon management. Things like
혼동하기라니. 나
digging,
저번에
building rooms,
질서선으로
and
엔딩
hiring and
봤거든.
firing creatures.
던이라고 하지 말라고.
First of all, it admired the center of its
하다못해
power,
던전이라고
the
좀
dungeon
해주실래요?
heart. This, if possible, should never be broken, as that would lead to an inglorious and permanent end to the definitely wanting to
다
avoid this
죽었냐고?
at all costs.
저희 지금 같이 하시는 분들도 지금 다 바빠가지고
Naturally, the most
평일에는
important
접속 못
resource
하시는 것
for any
같더라고.
evil genius was gold. One could make the best things out of the glittering metal, and nary a creature was going to let the absolute evil hire it and push it around.
무정하고 가혹한 악의
Sad,
자본주의
I
세계.
know, but that's the way the cold, hard capitalist world of evil works. Although a little gold could also be stored in the dungeon heart, the little snots, the strange name-giving evil's workers, had to travel long distances to do so. It made much more sense to build a treasury nearby. The fast-learning evil immediately began doing so.
캠페인에서도 알려준다고요? 튜토리얼 같은 거 너무 좀 쓸데없이 길어. 우리 방제 던이라고 해서 그렇게 지금. 또 여기 웃기고 튜토리얼대로 뚫으라고 해서 하는 건 안 뚫고 그냥 직사각형으로 뚫고 있어. 어서 오세요. 이게 뭐래? 금고를 만드세요. 이거 던전스.
Sometimes the bored evil's little snots didn't work quickly enough. That was the time to give them a hearty slap with the hand of terror. Naturally, this had to be done immediately.
아, 때려서 빨리 일하라고? 어서 일해라.
The evil threw a cagey glance at its population limits. These were divided into little snots and creatures. As opposed to creatures, little snots did not have to be hired separately, but were always regenerated up to the maximum limit. And so it was that the massacring evil didn't have to worry if one of these miserable creatures died. It simply had to wait for the next one. At the same time, the little snots were the dungeon workers who dug the galleries, mined the gold, and took care of any number of other things. That's why it was never
아니야,
a bad
내가 그런 게
idea
아니야.
to increase their
얘를 내가
maximum
그렇게 하라고
limit.
시켰어.
The thirsty for more little snots evil hurriedly began work. The corresponding
아, 손에
research
돈을
was
들었어.
kindly
놔!
unlocked for the
놓으라고.
absolute evil. This was necessary in the tutorial in order not to confuse it with the wide range of possibilities. Besides,
튜토리얼에 있어서
not
필수적이긴
people
했습니다.
really do
하지만
everything
뭐 똑바로 못하는 사람들도 있다고. 더 많은 전쟁이.
Unfortunately, creatures were a little more demanding than the miserable little snots. A hideout would have to be researched before creatures such as goblins and orcs could be hired. As loyal as the little snots were, they were unable to fight and took to their heels in panicked flight
그냥
at
정말
the first
일꾼이네.
sight of an enemy. Sighing, the unscrupulous evil set about providing a hideout.
네, 이거 튜토리얼 안 하고 그냥 넘어가도 되겠죠? 아, 때리니까 피가 달아. 그냥 길이 어디야? 요거야? 튜토리얼을 건너뛰는 게 매너라고. 아니, 이게 튜토리얼이 좀 종류가 많아가지고 그냥 바로 캠페인으로 갈까 조금 고민 중이에요. 어서 일해라. 침실. 오늘 가스스톤 안 한다고요? 그냥 할 거 없어서 잠깐 하고 있었어요.
The army craving evil had hired a creature which would from now on do its dirty work. However, each creature consumed a population point. Fortunately, these could be increased just like the
다르게 뽑은
number of
거냐고?
workers.
맞아.
Should it become necessary to recover a population point, the maliciously grinning evil could always use the egress located at its dungeon heart. Simply toss the creature onto it, a little pull of the lever, and oh, whoops. Well, there it goes. These creatures were pretty spoiled. Not only did horde
식당도
creatures
만들래요.
demand their own bunks, they also wanted something to eat. Otherwise, they would soon refuse to do any work whatsoever and go on strike. The deeply sighing evil had no other choice than to build his creatures a gobbler farm to satisfy their hunger.
빠빠빠빠빠빠빠. 어차피 죽어도 또 나온다고? 어쩜 그렇게 못됐지? 빨리 때려야. 빨리 일해.
Excellent work. The gobbler farm was now ready. Later, the creatures would also demand other things, but for now, they were satisfied.
우리
The
쪽 애들
fast-learning
복지를
evil had
챙겨줘야
mastered
하다니.
the first tutorial with flying colors. Excellent work.
와, 튜토리얼 하나 끝났어요.
Evil, evilness. The fast-learning evil quickly set about setting
얘기.
the final
그만
exam.
끝나는 것
The
같으니까
chock
그냥
full of
빨리빨리 해보자.
The fast-learning evil had begun the second tutorial. It now more or less knew what it had to do to build a dungeon.
던전
Now
키퍼
it would turn to the
같은
overworld,
게임이라고
where
하긴
it would
하더라고요.
sow chaos and destruction. Up there
근데
waited a
던전 키퍼 제작사랑
pile
얘네랑
of
무슨
good,
관계인지
which just
모르겠네.
begged to be destroyed. The impatient evil got right down to destroying.
뭐? 나 같은 깻니니는
Before
튜토리얼을
the
꼬박꼬박
overworld
읽어야
could be
된다고.
destroyed, a number of creatures would first have to be brought there. The hand of terror greedily reached out to grab some.
오크들한테 표시가 돼 있네. 공포의 손으로 크리처를 집어드세요. 얘 집어서 뭐? 아, 동시에 여러 개 집을 수 있나 보지? 집어서 출구에 던지세요.
First, creatures ventured out into the overworld. The destruction-craving evil could hardly wait to transform all those unbearably rich colors into 50 shades of gray. The drooling evil did not have the omnipotence in the overworld it was used to in the dungeon. Here, it had to direct its creatures the old-fashioned way, with orders.
크리처들을 선택하세요. 선의 영역을 정복하세요. 어택당 없나? 어서 오세요. 어택당 안 되네. 사제부터 잡아. 경험치도 먹네.
Ah, the Isle of Good had been destroyed. To the ground.
어그로 흑마.
This not only made for a more pleasant ambiance, but also produced some lovely evilness,
사악함이
which could be
생산되기
used for
시작합니다.
research. The researching evil quickly set about
아,
spending its evil.
늘어났어. 더 많은 뭐 거미. 보통 거리에 침을 뱉는 거미. 범위 버프를 걸어준다고? 힐러. 경비실 타워 같은 건가 보지? 무덤은 언데드. 감옥을 영웅들을 가둬서 굶어 죽인 다음에 해골로 만든대. 이럴 땐 나 힐러지.
The sinuous evil had researched the Nagas. These snake-like creatures were excellent healers and a good addition to the dungeon. The fantastic evil had understood the basics of the overworld and the advantages of evilness
와,
in
눈
the
깜짝할
blink of an
사이에
eye.
이해를
Not that those were
해버렸습니다.
difficult concepts, but hey, you take what you can get, so good work.
나가 보여주고 꺼!
The knowledge-thirsty evil obviously couldn't get enough of these crazy tutorials.
배 하나도 안
All right
어렵다고? 뭐
then,
튜토리얼
let's
짧으니까
improve
그냥
our
보는
knowledge
거지
of the
뭐.
dungeon. The absolute evil's creatures gathered experience from battles over the course of time, and thus reached new levels. This was to be
던전
welcomed,
파면서도
as higher-level
잠목들이
creatures
나오나 봐.
were much more powerful. Unfortunately, the creatures also became harder to please as their levels increased.
레벨이 오르면은
and had the
원하는 게
impudence to
늘어난대요.
demand new things. Unbelievable.
갑자기라니 준비를 철저히 하는
Bored
거지.
creatures, for example, would later demand beer that they themselves produced in the brewery. But the brewery was still a long way off, as the annoyed evil's little snots had once again proved their lack of intelligence and hadn't built any workplaces in the dungeon. Toolboxes would later be needed for the brewery. These were produced by little snots at workplaces in the workshop. Sighing, the once again disappointed by its workers' evil, set about building the workplace.
공구함을 만든다고? 이거 그냥 여기다 박으라고? 뭐 복지 신경 써야 되냐고.
The little snots willingly set to work producing toolboxes with a stupid grin on their faces. These were needed to build the workplace in the
그래도
brewery.
직원들 복지 정도는
cast iron
챙겨줘야지.
brewing kettle made out of toolboxes. Computer game logic. The not particularly known for its patience evil patiently waited for enough toolboxes to be available.
4개의 공구함을 생산하세요. 빨리 해. 빨리 하라고. 기절했어. 빨리. 용사놈들 열정 페이만 한다고. 원래 수습 기간에는 정규직보다 좀 짜게 주는 거야. 아 그래서 지금 밥도 챙겨주고 숙식 아니 뭐 의식주 다 챙겨주려고 하잖아. 망 잡으면 정년퇴직이라고. 최저시급 4대 보험은 챙겨줘야 되는 게 아니고 당연히 해줘야 되는 거 아니냐고요? 아이 또 모르는 소리 하네. 이 시대에 나처럼 챙겨주는 사람이 없어. 죽을 때까지 후려쳐도 문제없다고? 왜 이렇게 못됐어요? 가족 같은 기억이라고? 그럼 얼마나 챙겨주는데. 내가 할 말이냐고? 뭐 내가 뭐.
The brewing kettle stood proudly, and the diligent little snots went directly to work producing the delicious brew, so that the
뭐?
hot
이제
creatures
술이
could soon
있으니까
start knocking it back.
바드를 고용하라고?
All that was missing was someone playing some good old-fashioned folk music. Then again, maybe not. Almost makes my ears bleed. But now for something completely different, as the hard-working evil now had access to the lecture hall. There, additions to normal research in the form of
노동요?
scrolls could
아
be
그래
made for small
노동요가
amounts
오네.
of gold,
이건
time,
3탄이에요.
evilness. The
2탄부터 하려고 했는데
all-smothering for
3탄이 났다
something
그러더라고.
new evil quickly began to try them out.
푹신푹신한 침대. 잠을 더 잘 수 있습니다. 흔들리지 않는 편안함. 이젠 또 시간을 잡아먹기 시작하는군. 엄마를 되살리는 비유. 뭔가 많은데? 주루마리 연구. 근데 이게 연구 맞는 거지? 근데 왜 여기 화살표가 계속 있을까?
Excellent choice.
이쪽에서 하는 게 맞는 것 같은데. 어서 오세요. 여기에서 애들이 연구를 하고 있구나. 던전 CG요? 언제적 던전 CG예요? 옛날 스윗 게임은 지금 하면 눈이 피곤해서.
Splendid work. The good-humored evil had not only satisfied its alcoholic creatures, but at the same time learned more about research. It now considered itself well equipped to begin converting the lessons learned into evil, nasty deeds.
와, 이제 마지막이야.
And now it's time for a good book. I still have this comic, and if I were to make myself a drink, I could... Oh, wait. You're here? What? I thought we'd done all the tutorials. What do you mean the menu offers a fourth tutorial? But I don't have any more documents for that. I'd love to work with professionals just once.
여기서 다치면 산지 적용되냐고요? 뭐 은퇴식 치른 다음에 후임이 들어오죠.
Well, since you're already here, we can... Oh, crap. Third person. Well, since the already arrived evil was already there, probably forget that drink, the keeping the narrator from his hard-earned drink and his lovely Marvel comic book evil commenced yet another tutorial.
은퇴식 시체 처리.
In this one, it
아니야,
would,
언데드로 전직할 수도 있잖아.
Well, learn something about traps and spells, like how to make and use them. It was a pretty free-form tutorial, as if someone had just made it up really quickly. It was about defending the dungeon against attacking heroes.
이제 쳐들어오는 거
A few
막으려고
traps had
함정
already
까는
been
방법 나오나
placed.
보다.
These were ready to make life difficult for every hero that approached them. Some others were manually triggered by a blow
DLC
from
중에 하나가
the
얘가
hand of
흑화하는
terror.
것도
Here,
있다고요.
timing was everything. The Arcanium already held a lot of mana ready to be used for powerful spells.
던전의 타일 어디든 사용할 수 있는 마법을 시전하는 동안 칠명조를 창조합니다. 타작기계. 함정함에 역시 클래식하게 화살비 정도? 아니야 근데 지금 이거는 마법을 사용하세요. 그냥 쓰면 되는 거지? 마법 사용하는 법이랑 함정 사용하는 방법인가 보네.
A suspicious trampling of heavy boots and clanging of armor was heard in the dungeon. Soon, the first heroes would enter the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
용사 주제의 건방지고. 이쪽엔 안 써지나봐? 근데 써지는데?
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
알아서 애들 돌아주러 오겠지? 둥지 짓는다고. 공세 5번, 웨이브 5번 막은
There are
건가 봐.
enemies in your dungeon.
이거 5번 막으면 튜토리얼 끝내겠지. 그러면 이제 캠페인으로 가도 되겠다.
The shadow of
튜토리얼이었잖아요.
absolute evil. The shadow of absolute evil had crossed the sea and now sought the chosen target, a dark elf named Talia.
최고 난이도라고.
A long, long time ago. The absolute evil had, in the famous predecessor to this game, subjugated the known world and defeated good. Now, in a world full of blackness and despair, it spent its days sipping cocktails from the skulls of its enemies and forging new plans over a grilled unicorn kebab. Unfortunately, there wasn't much left to forge. A few orc wedges, the occasional trick played on the little snots. There just wasn't anything left to conquer. As the weeks and months passed, the absolute evil
무릎이
grew
웃고
ever
있어.
more reticent and seclusive. From time to time, one could hear a slight murmur from the depressed evil's secret laboratory in the depths of the dungeon. Its creatures grew more worried with each passing day, and even started to miss its ingenious evil tricks. It was a somewhat confusing time for them. No beatings, no torture, and no being sent to a senseless death. On the other hand, it was a rather nice change. Eons passed, and the unicorn supply dwindled until suddenly, one wonderful day, the evil genius evil joyfully burst from its secret laboratory. It finally had a new goal. An unknown continent, as often found in sequels, lay to the east, sheltered from the wicked evil by naught but a puny little ocean. It immediately had a fleet built. This was so powerful that it covered the horizon from north to south and was manned by the best and most powerful creatures at the devious evil's command. The fleet set sail for the crossing to this new continent, left the harbor, and sank. Yet that mattered naught to the couldn't give a hoot about its minions' evil. It instructed its goblins and little snots to design an even more powerful fleet. These new ships were gigantic. Loaded with devious evil's second-best creatures, the fleet set out. And that sank as well. The annoyed evil saved his relentless anger towards the shipbuilders for later. Obviously, it would have to take care of the matter itself. With a sigh, it cast a spell and created a shadow of itself, a creature of absolute darkness and evilness. This shadow flew across the water towards the east. There, it would find a vessel, a corruptible being that would subjugate this land in the name of evil, and the shadow had the perfect target in mind. The great paladin Tanos, hero of the totally Eastern Kingdoms and a repugnantly good fellow. He was visiting the fatiguing library in Twistram with his comrades to see his foster daughter Talia.
Well now, Talia, tell me about your studies. Are you making progress with the writings of the ancient sages?
Yes, dear father, I have thoroughly digested it and have come a step closer to the good. The desire within me to do evil is defeated.
Really? Excellent. I am proud of you, my child. Continue to concentrate on your studies. I must go to Stormbreeze to clear up.
왜 자꾸
I'll be
워크가
back soon.
생각날까?
In the meantime, my loyal friend Grimly will protect the country. Should anything trouble you, you can turn to him. Isn't that right, Grimly?
Aye, of course, Tanos. I'll keep an eye on the damned elf. Your daughter. You can count on me.
Then I'll see you soon, my friends. May the goddess watch over you, and the light burn eternally.
Bon voyage, dear father. I'll make you so proud of me. Who does good is good.
Yuck. Disgusting phrases like that always leave such a nasty taste in my mouth. These abnormally good heroes, on the other hand, had no inkling of the malignity gathered to the south. One moment a herd of sheep was peacefully grazing, and the next moment, whomp! With a fulminant explosive effect that ate up half our special effects budget, the shadow entered the world. His target, a dark elf caught between good and evil, was very close. As the shadow of the unspeakably evil moved through the world, all around it died. Plants withered. Animals perished. Sort of like a picnic with my family. The shadow of the far-off evil found itself very, very close to Twistram. It could practically feel its target's presence.
Take these lanterns, men, and let the light of the goddess shine. For the night is dark and full of terrors. And
밝은 부분은
there's
피해야겠지?
a pile of horse poo around here somewhere. I trod in it earlier. For the darkness! I mean, for the light! Sorry, I'm still in training.
Yes, well, that is somewhat suboptimal. Naturally, the shadow of the almighty evil was an incredibly powerful creature. But, well, light
이거
was
뭔데,
a
이건?
bit of an issue. It would certainly be wise to stay out of the lantern light. The shadow reached the entrance to Twistram. Fortunately, this one was not closed, but it was brightly
얘한테
lit.
빙의해서 들어가는
Luckily,
건가?
there was an unfortunate guard on patrol that the
그러네.
shadow was able to possess, thanks to its incredible powers. As long as it wasn't in the light.
뭐예요? 영어 듣기 틀어주는 것 같다고?
the shadow of absolute evil melded with the guard and took control of his body. Thus, it was able to pass through the gate with ease.
What was that? I think there was something wrong with that last beer.
Unfortunately, the shadow's possession only lasted a short while before the guard was able to free himself. Still, it was long enough to get past the gate. The shadow's target was close, so close. Talia, the dark elf. Soon she would fight on the side of evil.
May the goddess be with you, my friends. It will soon be time to open the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Come to the big square and join in the festivities.
Well, I don't know.
I had actually kind of planned to spend the evening in the bathhouse.
Friends, this orphanage is very important to my father. Tanos,
다키스트 던전 아저씨는 목소리 멋있지. 솔직히 닥터는 분위기도 분위기인데 그 아저씨 때문에 하게 된 이유가 좀 크죠.
Excellent. May the light of the
네,
goddess
들어가세요.
shine upon you, and let us experience this exhilarating spectacle in the big square together. Follow me, my friends, for evil, the light, I mean. Keep the light burning bright, for the night is dark and full of terriers or errors or something like that.
유적이 가족이 되었다. 그래도 다행이지. 걔는 피드백 빨리 받아가지고 한 패 후다닥 받겠잖아요. 유적이 네 가족이라고 생각해보라고. 이리로 가는 게 맞나? 이쪽은 막혀있으니까 이리로 가는 게 맞겠지?
Stop holding the lantern in my face like that, boy. I am Grimly, king of the dwarves, and I am used to the cold.
In the distance, one could hear the unbearably good bells of a church. They must be marking the opening of the orphanage in the fatiguing library. Heroes with lanterns began to stream in that direction. The crossing on a red signal evil shadow swore, or would have if it had a mouth, and tried to avoid the lanterns as much as possible.
Open this orphanage in the fatiguing library for our goddess, and in the name of my father Tanos. I'm glad to see so many of you here of your own free will.
아! 찌부될 뻔했네.
Finally, the time had come, and the shadow of the passes in the slow lane evil was within range of Talia, the dark elf. The time had come for it to use its incredible powers to possess her for a short time.
My dear father would be very proud were he with us today. He would be overjoyed to see us give the young and the needy a place to live and thrive. That's why I'm happy to take this orphanage and destroy it utterly, and all of you with it.
What did she say?
Die!
어이 데미지 봐.
I feel
전투력이
the
9,000을
power
넘는구나.
within me.
뭐야 이게.
It's over 9,000!
Unimagined powers surfaced in Talia, the black magic of the Dark Elves. She immediately began to unleash these powers of chaos upon the world.
I will kill you all!
The Dark Elf raged through Twistrom's inexperienced guard.
에너지
She
봐.
thereby built up a tremendous inner energy, which she released into the world as a focused beam, while screaming, Kamehameha! Meanwhile, in the fatiguing library, they waited eagerly with coffee and cake for Talia to show up and open the new orphanage. The energy beam hit the cake with a resounding zap and reduced it to ashes. Oh yes, and the rest of the building and everyone inside it as well. The narcissistic evil patted itself on the shoulder for this. Or it would have, but the metal armor always made such a terrible clonking noise when it tried. But then again, that's what little snots are for. Obviously, the Dispatch Shadow had found a perfect vessel in the Dark Elf. Talia had already earned the title of Employee of the Month, with the utter destruction of the fatiguing library, as well as half of Twistrom. The destruction of an orphanage and the bombardment of innocent citizens with magic missiles immediately made her
뒤에
the
배경 뭐야?
minion-wasting evil's new favorite henchperson. Her evil deeds complete, Talia withdrew into the vaults beneath the ruins of the fatiguing library. There, between the slaughterhouse and Mad Archbishop Lazarus's apartments, she prepared to create something powerful in the name of the absolutely ultimately evil. A dungeon heart, the cornerstone of any dungeon's power. Far away, Paladin of Light and Talia's former mentor, Tanos, was on his way to the Empire's capital of Stormbreeze. Naive and trusting as he was whistling cheerfully to himself, with no inkling of his foster daughter's dark deeds. Though he was aware that as a dark elf, she always had a core of evil in her. He had hoped to defeat it through religious indoctrination with ancient mad writings. Well, old bean, you thought wrong. Twistrom in ruins. Talia, the Dark Elf, had turned to evil and laid the fatiguing library in ruins.
유적이 가족이 되었다. 이제 본격적으로 하겠지?
Twistrom looked like the leftovers from a heavy metal concert.
What? What have I done? Oh no! I've fallen to evil again. Father will be beside himself. He was right when he said, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see
인간 못
yourself become
떴다고요?
the
아유
villain.
뭐 저러고
Although,
캠페인 뭐 저런 거에
in a
집착해.
way, it was fun
님
to
혹시
be
핸드폰
evil.
게임하면 별 3개 뜰 때까지 재도전하는 타입인가요?
Pillaging and showing those nasty goody two shoes where the hammer hangs. They just look down at me anyway. My revenge will be terrible.
난 그냥 깨는 거에 의의를 두는데.
While Talia was delivering a typical villainous monologue, something happened around her. From the depths arose a pulsating crystal, filled with the magic-savvy evil's power. A dungeon heart. Not to be confused with those dungeon hearts from other games. We don't
다른
want to
게임에
be
나오는
sued.
그 던전의 심장.
Hello, greetings. What seems to be your boggle?
Secret mental messages were exchanged between Talia and the mentally savvy evil's crystal. We could explain this in detail at this point, but that would require a 3-hour monologue
래퍼
on my
달성한
part, and I
게임은
am
스파이더맨이
definitely not being
시초이자
paid enough
마지막이라고.
for that.
Right then. I will make these people suffer for mocking me. Father's henchmen never
그러다가
let me
벨 모자라서
anyway,
나중에
and
또 해야
always
된다고.
insulted
그건
me,
그때
calling
가서
me
하면 되지. 뭐
pointy
처음부터 하고
ears.
있어.
It's time for my well-deserved revenge.
The game logic
롤스스톤이요? 근데 그거 다른 사람 플레이하는 거 봤는데
Out there on the surface was
인터페이스가 너무
shamelessly
구리던데?
good places in urgent need of destruction.
No problem.
너무
I'll take
구식
care
아닌가요?
of it.
정말
I am
옛날에 나온 매직 더 게더링 같은 수준이다.
Naturally, the
카드가
strategically
정사각형이야.
well-versed evil did not send
거기다
its new
필드에다가
general into
내면은
battle
정사
alone.
아니 직사각형이었는데 이렇게 넓적하게 펴지잖아. 그거 UI 좀 개선해야 되지 않아? 너무 꽂혔던데.
Of course, the sophisticatedly thinking evil already knew which way the wind blew in a dungeon. However, should it be hit by short-term memory loss, it could effortlessly look up things in the fabulous almanac.
그거 아티팩트 만들었던 팀들이 했던 얘기 있던데? 너무 꾸지던데? 그거면은 안 할 것 같아. 비주얼이 얼마나 중요한데. 이펙트 화려한 것도 단점이에요. 이펙트 구경하는 것도 한 번이나 구경하는 거지. 그 다음에는 이거 이펙트 나오면서 시간 느려지는 것 때문에 열받아. 그냥 이펙트는 짧고 강력하게 그냥 한 번에 확 하고서 사라져야지. 개선할 점이 많아 보이던데.
The new improved research menu TM was now available.
빨리 금맥 찾아서 금고나 찍고 애들 뽑아서 지상점령이라 하라고? 씨. 빡빡해 빡빡. 뭐야 여기 금이 코딱지만큼밖에 없잖아.
A room has been excavated
여기가
in
많이
the
있네.
underground.
방이 발굴됐다고? 이게 뭔데? 방어력 보너스. 이거 뭐 어떻게 써? 그냥 던져놓으면 돼. 개선점을 유저풀로 극복한다고? 근데 솔직히 나도 딱지치기 하긴 하지만 딱지치기는 솔직히 힙스터 게임이잖아요? 그거를 롤 유저들은 하는 게임 장르가 다른데? 사람들을 유입할 수가 있나? 아, 책을 그 얘한테 주는 거예요? 금 있는 건 다 파봐. 하스가 성공한 건 카드 게임이 기존에 시간이 오래 걸리고 좀 복잡한 면이 있었는데 하스 같은 경우는 그걸 이제 좀 단순화 시켰으니까 뭐 사람들이 운빨 똥망 게임이라고 하긴 하는데 그게 어떻게 보면 장점이에요. 신입 유저들도 어쨌든 운만 있으면 비빌 수 있다는 얘기잖아. 그리고 가시성도 무시 못하는 건데. 근데 걔는 좀 개선 많이 해야겠더라. 금 있는데 일단 파고 봐. 인류와 알파고가 맞짱떠야 한다고 하면은 하스스톤으로 붙잡았다고? 인류의 운명이 하스스톤한테 달려있다고? 그런 갓게임인 줄은 또 몰랐네.
The new improved research menu TM opened and gave an overview of currently available technologies. At the moment, the selection was still limited, but that would change. After all, this evil crusade had only just begun.
꼬임의 알파고도 꼼짝 못한다고? 알파고는 밑장 빼기 같은 거 하지 않을까? 호드를 위하여. 돈은 뭐 어떻게 하는 거지? 그냥 여기다 놓는 건가? 애들 돈을 들고 어디로 가는데? 여기다 쌓아놓을 거야? 금고가 가득 차서 핵에도 저장하는 거라고요? 여기가 가득 찼다고? 조금 더 늘려볼까 그러면? 뭐야, 나만 빼고 다 해본 거예요? 님들 다 다이렉트 랜덤박스 칠름? 모양이 마음에 안 드는데? 일단 급한 대로. 와, 여기 금 많다. 누르니까 그냥 알아서 지워버리네. 사방이 뚫려있지 않은 방 하나당 효율 10%를 쳐주는데 세 군데 뚫려있으면 효율이 떨어진다고? 아 그래요? 구석에다 방을 하나씩 만들라? 그럼 여기는 함정 같은 걸 해야겠네? 아니다, 여기다가 이쪽 방 넓게 쓰라고 하자. 근데 숙소가 이렇게 멀면은 여기가 입구 쪽인데 쳐들어왔을 때 이쪽으로 호다닥 못 오지 않아? 뭐 어차피 초반인데 뭐 얼마나 어렵겠어. 애들 집어서 던지라고요? 생각해보니 그러네. 바나들 터진다고? 에이 설마. 영웅, 악마. 모든 방들은 뚫린 곳이 딱 한 군데인 게 좋다고. 뭐 하려 했지? 아 여기 책 같은 거 굴러다니지 않았나?
It's payday.
이름 색깔이 바뀌었네요. 구두색. 완전 완전 무장? 근데 잠하고 왜 먹을 게 뜨지? 뭐야 이거? 닭이 없어! 잘하고 있어. 얘네는 한 번에 선택 못하나? 크거나 작게 여러 개 해줘야 된다고요? 리전 때문에? 일단 보내보자.
Blinding beams of light met the dauntless evil's creatures. They briefly squinted at the disgusting brightness. Finally, they grinned, satisfied. At last,
던전만 지키면서 좀 수비적으로 하는 줄 알았더니
and were not limited to protecting themselves in a dungeon. As is the case
튀어 나가서 잡네. 얘 좀 적극적이야.
Yeah, what is going on here? I feel a disturbance in the force.
The deeds of the conspicuous evil and its henchmen had not gone unnoticed. As a matter of fact, even a blind man could see the destruction they left behind them.
그게 던전 키퍼랑 다른
Periodic
점이라고.
heroes do, they sent out a small
약간
patrol
차별화를
to
준
scout
건가?
the area.
Move out, men. Have a look around and report back to me. While I would love to accompany you myself, I'm currently teaching myself to play the ukulele.
The armies of evil reached one of those disgustingly good places that had survived the destruction of Twistrum.
아 그래요? 그럼 던전으로 꼬셔서 잡나?
Evil would deal with it immediately.
어서오세요. 힐러부터 자르는 게 국룰이지.
Wasn't that the Staggering Pony Tavern? By the goddess, I won't be getting any more roast pork there.
The little town of Good was destroyed and turned into a hotbed of evilness.
너 어디가?
Cracks formed on the surface, and something, guess, evil rose from the depths. This evilness, in a practical spherical form, was the sweet lifeblood which
뭐가
flowed
있긴
through the
한데.
personified evil's veins. It
근데 피가
stimulated
없잖아.
the armies
그만
of
여기
evil
구석에 좀
and
처박혀 있을래?
swelled their power. All this lofty blah blah without any impact on the game aside, it was another resource primarily or exclusively used for more powerful research.
던전이
Delicious
공격받고
evilness flowed
공격받고
into the
있다고요?
dungeon heart and filled it with power.
얜 또 언제 들어왔대?
New research was thus made available, which would help the dungeon to even greater power. The impatient evil immediately began to research something.
Thanos must die.
미안해.
Thanos must die.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
그냥 클릭하고 싶었는데 여기서 클릭하는 건 그냥 듣는 거밖에 없나봐. 일단 얘가 혼자 막긴 막았고. 네, 던전 키퍼 같은 게임이네요. 돈 안 옮기는 거 보니까 참 까트다고? 아닌데? 여기 텅텅인데? 일꾼이 얼마 없을 거야. 너 나와.
Payday.
힐러 한 마리만 두고. 봉급날! 봉급도 줘야 돼? 야! 의식주 챙겨주면 되는 거 아니었어? 돈 안 주고 부려먹으려고 했다고? 언니! 의식주 챙겨주잖아!
Your creatures have inadvertently dug into a dragon's nest.
요게 둔지를 파헤쳤다고요? 돈이 금고에 있어야지만 사용할 수 있는 건가? 295. 그러네. 금고에 있어야지만 되네. 금맥 취소했다고? 이렇게 하면 캐는 상태인가?
By the goddess of light! What happened here? The whole city is in ruins. I drank a beer right over there just yesterday.
이곳은 방을 치울 수 없습니다.
Enemies have
앞에
entered the
있어서 그런
dungeon.
건가?
Give me my orders.
힐러 하나 어디 갔어? 야, 노냐? 죽였어.
Hasta la vista, baby.
공간이 부족해 보이는군. 뭐야? 왜 힐 안 해놨어 너? 힐하고서 이동하려고 했더니. 빨빨해 빨빨. 비겁하다니. 나도 먹고 살아야지. 일꾼은 뭐 그렇게 놀릴 필요 있나? 금광 캐는 것 때문에? 원래 이런 게임은 이렇게 많아야 된다고요? 그렇게 얘기하면 그렇긴 한데. 여기서는 내가 잡는 것밖에 안 되나봐. 꾹 누르면 한 번에 내린다고요?
The bustling evil had discovered a room in the underground.
방을 발견하였습니다.
It's payday.
아, 월급날이 제일 싫어. 왜요? 왜? 주는 입장에선 싫을 수도 있지. 이렇게 피가 이렇게 확 차냐? 나 같은 상사 만나라고? 아, 나 같은 상사 만나면 좋지 뭘. 레벨업 했어. 선의 영역이라는 게 그냥 느낌표인 것 같지? 경비 건물을 파괴하세요. 경비 건물은 뭘까? 이거 뭐야? 고문기구 아니야?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
얘네 뭐 하는 거야? 본진 방어할 필요 없냐고요? 본진에 영웅하고.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
아이 참, 얘네들 뭐 하루 종일 가니? 다른 애들 어디 있는지 한 번에 못 보나? 자냐? 이 시국에? 이 시국에 잠이 오니? 일로와 너. 너도 일로와. 아니 난 쳐들어오면 당연히 여기 와서 방어할 줄 알았더니 안 하네? 부대 지정 안 되나? 좌측에 지하몹 한 번에 주워 담는 게 있다고요? 이건 위에 쪽에 있는 애들이고. 던전에만 있는 애들 어떻게 주워? 이거는 구분이 안 되는데. 그래요. 여기는 아직 경비실은 없는데. 아무튼 있다고. 여기 있네. FE. 아래쪽은 너무 멀고. 이거부터 할까? 카오스냐고요? 그래픽이 아까 워크 같지 않아요? 와, 우리는 다들 뚜벅인데 얘는 막 멋있는 거 쓰네. 카오스는 기른다고? 카오스가 워크지 뭐. 결국엔 느낌표 다 부수는 거네. 3개 해가지고. 어서 오세요.
It's payday.
돈 없는데 월급이랍시고 돈 뜯어가는 거 봐, 양아치들.
The armies of evil here? Damn it all, how did that happen? Time to call out the heavy guns. Right, men, get ready to attack in waves. Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it make more sense if we attacked all at once? Where's the fun in that? Wave after wave, that's a strategy for real men.
Thanks to the enemy's limited tactical finesse, their destruction was
사장님
virtually
많이 들어.
unavoidable. So it was time to decorate for the victory celebration, to get the beer and hire the orc dancers. Okay, maybe not orcs. I shudder at the thought.
They're gonna be child's
아니
play.
밥 먹여주고
Leave
옷
them to me.
입혀주고
I mean,
어?
hold them back
복리후생
and let them
챙겨줬으면
hit
됐지.
you while I deal with them.
여기다가 돈까지 줘야 돼.
By the goddess of light!
이래서
What
선을
happened here?
좋아한다고.
The whole city is in ruins. I drank a beer right over there just yesterday.
뭐 어차피 캠페인 쪽 영웅 레벨이 다음 단계로 넘어가고 그러진 않을 거 아니야.
There are enemies in your dungeon. The second island of the good was mercilessly overrun by the
철도 여기
strategically
데이터
savvy evil's hordes and turned into an evil island. Soon, more of that exquisite evilness would be bubbling to the surface. Excellent. Even better than in Dungeons 2. Not that I'm out to plug it or its fantastic add-on or anything. I'd never do that.
저장을 이렇게 시도 때도 없이 하니? 우리 쪽 힐러는 쪼잘쪼잘하게 힐 주던데 쟤네 쪽 힐러는 피를 한 번에 빡 채우더라고. 왜 사제부터 죽이냐고요? 원래 힐러부터 자르는 게 국룰 아닌가요? 안쪽 마무리를 못 쳤네. 사제는 자꾸 이것저것 사자고 하니까 죽여야 된다고? 헐. 이게 무슨 소리야. 아, 여기서도 계속 나오는구나. 이런 건 못 잡나?
The good camp has been destroyed. Victory is ours.
편을 바꾸길
Evil
잘했어.
is victorious. Good thing I switched sides.
And so it was that the good camp was destroyed by the battle-wise evil's army. Now it was time to take over all of the good islands, but that would be a cakewalk. Easy as stealing candy from a baby. Candy
이거
from a
왜 부시고
baby?
있냐?
Simple.
이쪽으로
My ass.
이동키 누르지 않았니?
The screaming and crying and fetching their parents and family as reinforcements, and those little beasts bite pretty damn hard. Not that I have any personal experience, of course.
The ultimate, chaotic, absolute, whatever evil will be happy. I am. Father is gonna be so angry. Do you really know what you're doing? You wanted to be good. You had dedicated yourself to the light. Stop and really think about your deeds.
Can you please just stop with the golem thing? We already had too many Lord of the Rings gags in the last two games. Enough is enough.
Yeah, exactly. Just shut it, good me.
저장 엄청 자주 하네. 나중엔 그 저장을 감사하게 될 거라고.
Talia and the destructive evil's army had succeeded in destroying Twistram and the surrounding area. Good no longer existed in this land.
Why? What the hell happened here?
Apparently, not quite all of the good guys were defeated. The dwarven King Grimly, an old drinking buddy of Tanos the Paladin, was just touring the country with his exorbitantly large army to ensure everything was in order. Thank God, the foresighted evil had provided for this contingency. The Dungeon Heart was charged with evilness and enough energy to act as a teleporter. For Talia, of course.
Ooh, good. And all the best, brave warriors, and stop them! Right! I'm out of here.
With a plop, Talia dissipated and disappeared to a faraway and safe place. The rest of
악의
the
크리처들은
sacrificing
장군이
evil
도망가는 걸
creatures
보고
were
경악한 표정을
astonished as their
지었대.
general fled, but only for a moment, as they already found themselves
이럴 때를
facing an
위해서 다
unpleasant
봉급
army
준
of
거야.
This is the work of that damn pointy-eared wench. I always warned Tanos that those miserable dark elves couldn't be trusted. Criminals, the lot of them. But enough is enough. I'm going to find that shifty wench and use her ears as bookmarks.
새로운
The
방과
Gehenna
크리처.
Stones. After leaving the vestiges of Tristram, Talia set out for the Gehenna Stones. They served as seals to keep the demons
끔찍한
banished
아기
in hell,
마스터로.
where Tanos himself had exiled them. Her so-called Foster Fathers Act would soon be undone.
우리 지옥에 체크하고 게임해요. 나도 보긴 했는데 애써 외면했어. 저거 난이도 올리는 거잖아.
After her
네,
hasty
그거 의도하고
departure,
지은 것
Talia
같아요.
now found herself a few kilometers
이름
or
묘하게
miles,
익숙한 애들이
yards, or
많이
stone
나와.
throws, depending on whatever crazy units are used where you are, away. She had managed to escape
크리처 한두 마리
Grimly's
희생되긴
forces,
했지만
even if one or
도망치는데
two evil
성공했습니다.
creatures
애초에
had
고용
died.
계약서에 다
But they-
포함되었던 부분이니까요. 거봐! 이날을 위해서 월급을 줬던 거라고.
The incredibly foresighted evil hadn't brought Talia here for nothing. The ancient Gehenna stones were nearby. Tanos once banished some demonic minions to hell and used these ancient magic relics to seal them there. Unfortunately, it was unclear how these seals could
그래서
be
약관은
broken.
다 읽어보고
I
사인해야
was
된다는
there
거지.
back in the day when Tanos banished the demons and sealed the stones. I can open them! But should I really do it? These unearthly beings terrorize the land and...
빨빨해,
shut up,
빨빨빨.
Natalia!
So, you know how to open the seal. Excellent. Devious evil is
네 마리밖에 못
obviously
매달리나?
nobody's
5마리인데?
fault. It all feels like a real plan.
I just have to get through to the seals. Then I can open them. But I need protection from the elemental guardians while I do so.
Okay, that should be doable. Get Talia to the seals. Guard her while she opens them. First, however, it would definitely be a good idea to build a powerful dungeon in order to be prepared for any heroes stationed in the area.
이 손 노는 거 보게. 빨리빨리 하네. 악마 전용 처음문. 경비실. 일단 위에 올라가서 건물 하나 먹고 그 다음에 업그레이드 하는 식으로 해야겠네. 빨빨 캐 빨빨. 시간은 금이라고.
A vortex could now be built. This excellent room makes it possible to create
악마들을
direct
고용할 수
access
있게
to
해줍니다.
hell by means of teleportation or the gun
직원들이
portal
불쌍하다고요?
in order to hire funny or sometimes not so
인프가 악마로
funny
들어가는구나.
demons. The very curious evil soon began to build one of
빨빨 해
these
빨빨.
vortexes.
일단 쭉 파봐. 길쭉하게. 뭐 방 같은 거 하나 나올 수도 있잖아. 일은 직원들이 하고 먹는 사제 먹고. 내 월급 주잖아.
Dragons have nested in the underground. Spiders have spread throughout the underground. There were disgustingly good places near the dungeon, which would look much better as islands of evilness instead. Especially since that evilness could be used for new technologies.
What is that unbearable place doing right in front of my dungeon? Disgusting! Creatures
혼돈이라고?
advance! Destroy that thing! Oh, are you sure you want to do that, Talia? Shouldn't we sit down in a circle and talk
혼자 잘
about
노네,
it
얘는.
one more time? Are you still here? Honestly, can't you see I'm busy destroying everything that is good? I don't have time for this disassociative identity order nonsense.
Stop doing the Therese and Jeanette thing.
빨빨 빨빨. 두 마리 정도는 이 혼자 잡지 않을까?
Tanos must die. Oh, hey!
빨빨이 하라고.
Payday.
There's something funny going on around here. My
화살에
knee
맞은
is
무릎이
itching where I
근질거린다고.
pulled that arrow. Men, check it out.
The presence of Talia and the conspicuous evil's army had not gone undiscovered. And the first
뭐야, 얘
mythical
죽었어?
heroes were
야,
already
이것도
on
못
their
잡고
way to the
죽었어?
dungeon.
Where we will, of course, welcome them appropriately. Move, you lazy dung beetles! Get ready! You always have to be so unfriendly? I mean, really?
1대1은
Can't we just
잡겠지.
talk about this? I know this really good psychiatrist and... Don't force me to hit myself!
Yes. As our protagonist sank into one of her disputes with herself, the heroes spread across the surface.
어서 오세요.
For evil! Whoa!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
아이 참 이거 부수고 있었는데.
Ouch! Ouch! Take that, you worm!
그건 강화 계열이고 경비실 나가는 위에 층 올라가야 되고. 작업대?
Evil!
아이고. 손 표시는 뭐지? 아, 손에 잡았구나. 죽었어? 악마는 포탈로 다시 살아난다 그랬는데. 있다. 포탈. 눌렀는데 왜 뭐 만들고 자시고 한다는 반응이 없지? 아, 포탈 구역을 만들어준구나. 어서오세요. 그냥 방 다 크게 지어. 아껴서 뭐 할 거야. 이 게임 뭔데 호드가 있냐고요? 이거 워3 리포지드예요. 이렇게 하면 둘이 연결은 안 되겠지? 연결된 걸로 치다고? 취소. 빨리 캐. 이것들이 빠져가지고 그냥. 사이 자연스럽게 지나가.
The first vortex was finished. Here, demons could be hired or resurrected after their inglorious death for a tiny fee of mana.
Mana? But I don't have any mana.
That's true. Yes, but luckily the Gehenna stones produced exactly that.
달빛 조각사 재밌냐고요? 안 해봤어요. 근데 그러니까 그 달빛 조각사라는 거 자체를 잘 모르니까 그래서 안 해봤는데 거의 욕 태비기를 먹던데? 설치 10분 걸렸는데 삭제 1분 걸렸다고요. 버그도 너무 많고 그래서 말이 많더라고요.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
엔터 더 던전.
Taking me.
It's payday.
근데 그거 저기 제작진 쪽에서도 막 노골적으로 막 그런 거 많이 표현했다며. IP 발로 승부 보려는 거. 애들 다 끌고 가갖고 위에 하나 여기 이쁘지. 여기 빨리 먹어야겠다. 포켓몬 보고 있냐고?
Hands to yourself.
근데 달빛 조각사가 원래 유명한 거예요? 전 초반에 봤을 때 뭐 그렇게 그냥 뭐지? 게임 판타지 같은 거 아니야? 그게 IP발 세울 정도로 그렇게 잘 팔렸나? 나는 그냥 잠깐 그냥 초반만 보고 만 정도였어가지고. 연재는 되게 오래 했다면서요?
What can I do for you?
악마가 또 죽었습니다. 한때 유명했던.
Channels must die. Evil is unstoppable.
delicious evilness dribbled into the thereupon feasting evil's dungeon. This could be immediately sacrificed to the excellent idea of completing one or two new research projects.
채집은 되니까 집에 가서 밥 먹고 있어. 드래곤 라자 맞나요? 그거로 뭐 또 게임 만든다고 하는 건 들은 것 같은데. 근데 기대가 안 되네. 원거리 악마가 근접으로 들어가서 지 혼자 녹아버렸어. 너무해. 어떻게 함께 해온 동료를 그렇게 소모품처럼 갈아먹을 생각만 하죠? 너무 못돼 먹었는걸? 미션에서 다 버리고 팀살인 할 일이냐고? 그거는 걔네들도 감내해야 했던 부분이었어. 우리는 서로 이미 다 얘기가 된 내용이었다고. 그래. 약관 제대로 안 읽고 사인하니까 그렇게 되는 거야.
I want Tanos's head.
코드도 나오고 타우스도 나오고 이게 뭐냐고? 워스릴이니까? 속고만 살았어요. 왜 말하는 거 안 믿어?
The Fuskerhanna stone is very close. Soon I will destroy it. Tanos will be beside himself.
Apparently, there were a few elemental guardians who were not particularly pleased at someone fooling with the stones. They threateningly turned towards Talia. Of course, the defense-orientated evil would
크래프트
protect
리포지드
her at all
모바일.
costs.
Talia, what are you doing? Why did you turn back to evil?
Father, I don't know. I keep trying to turn back to good, but a part of me, God, just shut it, you weakling. Tanos, you and your minions always look down on me.
롤은 막
You
오만
insulted
잡다하고
me
다
without you
만들던데?
never saying a word. You drove me to this.
My child, that is not true. Look inside yourself. There's still a spark of good there. Let it guide you. And not this.
Whoops! Looks like I accidentally tripped on a cable or something. Unfortunately, Tanos could not continue to talk to Talia. What a pity. Undeterred, Talia continued to work on
공인 푸는데 하루
breaking the
종일이네.
stone seal.
Huh? What? Oh, yes, of course. Ha. Soon the seal will be broken. It's done! The seal is broken! Oh, what have I done? May the goddess forgive me. Are you still here? Oh, come on. Can't you pour your heart out somewhere else?
While Talia was occupied with herself, again, the seal was completely broken. Several portals to a strange world opened in the dungeon. From them, a few extremely committed demons immediately sprang, ready to serve the releasing from exile evil. The Gehenna stones contained a ruthless and mighty magic that not only supplied the dungeon with mana, but was also very dangerous. This posed no problem for the danger-loving evil, as it was far away. Besides, the magic was only supposed to affect the heroes. The insidious evil now waited for a few and powerful magic on a few unsuspecting
저기서 모든 것이라고 한 번만 한마디만 해주지.
너희들은 아무것도 아니라고!
아 싸울 때 왜 저렇게 죽이냐고. 아 볼 때마다 속 터져 죽겠네. 언니
I'm the queen of evil.
나가 둘이었는데 한 마리 어디 갔어?
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
그냥 너무한 것 같아. 싸울팩을 저렇게 소모시킬 줄 몰랐지. 저거는 진짜로 제 개인적인 생각이지만은 지금 제작진이
Men, take a look at this. There's
지금
something
제작진이 그
strange
기존
going
원년
on here.
멤버들한테 뭐 악감정을 갖고 있는 거 아닐까? 그래서 기존에 만든 애들을 다 죽이는 것 같아.
Gehenna stones. They wouldn't leave without a fight, just the way I like it.
부수지도 않고 그냥 지나가네.
Wait a moment, I just said that. Are you trying to steal my lucrative narrator contract? Back off! I know where your car is.
그러지 않고서야 이렇게 못되게 구는 이유가
The
뭐야?
homicidal evil had researched the Tinkerer's Cave. This perfidious room was used by the even more perfidious creatures of the Horde to build deadly traps and sturdy doors out of boring old
중국
toolboxes.
오크였으면 달라졌을 거라고.
The adventurous evil was keen to try this out right away.
땜장이의 공작소? 별도로 또 만들어야 되는구나. 큰 거 보게. 함정 만드는데 이렇게 크게 필요하다고?
Payday.
금각 없어졌어. 난 이제 그지야. 방 크게 지으면은 돈 다 쓴다고요? 그럴 것 같긴 해.
Goodwill.
아이 가만히 있었는데 왜 싸움이 붙냐.
What do you want me to do? I knew. What?
금광이 있으니까 너무 막 파재 끼고 하면은 안 된다는 거네. 약탈 못 하나? 어차피 위에 동네 다 때로 부수는 마당인. 그 정도는 해도 되지 않나?
The first Tinkerer's Cave was finished and appeared solid enough. Soon the creatures of the Horde would gather here voluntarily or under the threat of beatings to build dangerous traps for unwary heroes.
I am the evil. Thanos must die. What's up?
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
돈 안 주면 나간다고요? 되게 치사하네?
Who do you want killed?
요거로 그냥 빨리빨리 밀고 끝내면 되겠다.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
뭐야 니네 안 잡고 뭐해. 공급도 안 주는 회사에 왜 하냐고. 아니 회사가 조금 위험하면은 같이 으쌰으쌰 해갖고 좀 같이 활동을 할 생각을 해야지.
As with the first stone, a number of guardians came to life to attack Talia. In its wisdom, the four-sided evil had already prepared for this. Well, let's hope so, anyway.
내일 출근해서 그런 말 해보라고요?
Talia, please, stop doing this. Return to the light. It took me many years, and I had to reload many previous save games before I finally managed to banish all these demons.
Father, I'm trying, but the evil, it's so strong.
Fight it, my child.
문제가 아니야.
Don't
내가
forget
돈이
that
없어.
this stinker kept you locked up in a place that isn't called the fatiguing library for nothing for the last few years, and that his best friend is a dwarf who hates all elves. I know the narrator should normally be neutral and stay out of the story, but this guy's interjections are getting on my nerves when he's hundreds of miles away.
Right. You're not my father. You just took advantage of me. You claim to be an honest, decent paladin of good, and yet you allowed me to be mocked and insulted. I'm done with you.
Once Talia had returned to her true nature, she ignored Thanos and turned back to the stones.
This way, hobbits! I mean, evil creatures! Follow me!
Payday.
아, 내 골드.
Done. The seal is broken.
Talia had conquered another Gehenna stone. This time, even without an extended dialogue with her split personality.
Well, actually, I was about to...
Good grief, just shut up. Where were we? Oh yes. Once again, a huge jet of mana shot into the sky, and a portal opened. Whether it led to the Winchester brothers, Buffies, Charmed, or whatever universe, demons ready to kill jumped out. As usual in good games, which still have some game time to fill, there was yet a third stone to be conquered. Talia was already on her way.
이제 쭉쭉 밀어도 되겠네. 찾았나 봐.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Defend the dungeon heart.
뭘 이렇게 바라는 게 많은지.
I want Tanos's head.
이거 왜 안 만들지? 사원일 때를 생각하라고요? 아니, 사람이 자리에 맞게 행동을 해야지. 어떻게 계속 그렇게만 합니까?
Hey! And stay down.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
나
The
때는
third
말이야.
Gehenna stone was very close. And a third time, the Guardians rose to prevent Talia from fumbling with the Gehenna stone.
이게 그냥 바닥에다 깔아서 되는 게 아닌가 보지? 근데 뭐 어디다가 하라는 얘기 없는데.
Talia, I beg you.
What? You again? This chap's appearing for the third time already.
설치하나
What
보지?
is he? The God's damn spirit of Christmas or something? Just shut up and let us get on with the game.
But
That's enough! She's not coming back to you. Get it? I reckon that after another 15 or 16 missions,
이거
she's gonna
만들어놨는데.
beat the ever-loving crap out of you.
But I'm...
My God, you just don't quit, do
오크와
you?
고블린이 사용의 문과
Talia,
함정을 만들 수 있다.
your
얘네 둘이 지금
Shut
던전에
up,
있어야지만
Thanos.
만들 수 있나 봐요.
Can I say something here?
no.
여기 없어서 그런가 봐. 아, 맥주 먹고 싶다 그러네. 레벨 올라가지고. 마지막이라 여러 마리 나오나 보다. 레벨하게 함정 깔려면은 돈 많이 들겠는데?
Finally, the last seal has been broken. Death to all that is good! Power to evil!
Indeed. Talia had conquered another of the Gehenna stones. Mana into the sky, demons out of the portal, blah blah blah, and so on. You know the score. Now, only the last of the Gehenna stones had to be taken.
Wait a minute, didn't you say a total of 3 stones? That was the 3rd stone already.
No, you're wrong about that.
No, I am not wrong. You said every good game has 3 goals.
I also said any good game.
True. Not much to say to that. Then it's off to number 4.
마지막 지옥석을 손에 넣으세요.
I am.
Talia, normally all good things come in 3s. But after 4 stones, I will try one last time to bring you to your senses. Please stop what you are doing and return to good. Together we can wipe evil from the face of the earth.
Father, never! I will be the queen of evil and destroy all that is good!
These words should make everything crystal clear. Time to take the last stone. Unfortunately, an unsightly rock pile blocked the way to the 4th stone and had to be cleared out of the way. Leave the stone unturned to work in a bit more game time.
저한테 딜이 안 들어가요.
Very commendable.
니들도 나와.
This rock heap was tougher than expected and what the
뭐 피통 뭐야 이거?
Who woke me up? Was it you? My children are all dead. You will pay for that. I will crush you.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. Of course, the anticipating evil had already expected something like this
뭐야, 얘네 왜
and
오다 말아?
plunged into the fight well prepared.
뭐야 얘네 시위하고 있어. 이것까지만 하고 밥 줄게 오면 안 돼? 레볼루션 있는 가게이라고. 아니 여기서까지 레볼루션을 당해야 돼.
The Gehenna Stone spell
레볼루션
waited
풀렸어,
to be
빨리 와.
once again unleashed upon the sadistic evil's enemies.
야 혼자 시위해봤자 아무 의미 없어. 여기 와서 합류해.
With a menacing crunch, the huge stone monster hit the ground. The stone-hewing evil had triumphed. It debated having a new bathroom built from the remains. Making the fourth stone was now child's play. So easy, in fact, that we'll just cover it in a short cutscene and spare you all that annoying clicking. All the seals had now been broken, and the demons thirsted to unleash chaos, destruction, and folk music upon the world at the ultimate evil's side. Okay, maybe I made that last point up.
죽이고 새로 뽑으라고?
Grimly was
너무하네.
still searching for the dark elf and the evil around her. On the other hand, she had asserted herself against her father Tanos and resisted the forces of good. But by the time his spies, much to their horror, found the Gehenna stones destroyed, the inconspicuous evil's army had already moved on. The Ash Spring Swamplands. While Grimly Hammerhand's henchmen were looking for Talia and the absolute evil's army,
언데드를
they in
얻는데요.
turn were
이번에는
slowly marching through the gloom of the Ash.
절대 지옥하라고? 싫어.
Whilst elsewhere, Grimly's scouts took the trouble to turn every stone in their search for Talia, and I mean that literally. She was marching towards the town of Steelsmith, the seat of the Dwarven King. However, after
파스들 말
another
듣고
release with
난이도
subtle
올렸다가
hints from
피보기
the
한두
not at all
번이어야지.
tactful evil, she had taken a little detour through the Ash Spring Swamplands. Here, the ancient cursed bones of
노동자한테는 이미
long
충분히
forgotten
지옥이라고.
soldiers
무슨
lay
말씀을 그렇게
uneasy in their
하십니까?
graves,
어?
waiting
제가
only for
악덕
the
고용주면은
necessary
파업하게
nudge
두지
to finally
않는다고.
rise and play the Talking Dead or whatever it's called. Unfortunately, and of course purely coincidentally, Grimly, the racist Dwarven king, was also currently in Ash Spring.
Aye, chop more wood. I don't have enough resources. I want to build a barracks to hire knights and foot soldiers. I also need some for these palisades. Which idiot is responsible for this, please? My right toe could build a better defense on its own. Now, fix it, and over there, we'll build a watchtower. Or two.
He is here. Excellent. I'll be grimly God's damned prejudice out of that bearded, drunk's alcohol-soaked carcass. And some
하나가
of
땅에
these
pis네.
undead wannabes lying around here in their graves are going to help me. Let's see how that drunken idiot likes facing a few brain-hungry zombies. Not that he needs to be afraid with that little bird brain of his. Talia? Are you sure
입구가
you
두
don't want
개네.
to reconsider? Undead? How low have we sunk? Are you still there? I thought I'd finally seen the last of you in the previous mission. Anyway, shut up and let me work. I must raise the living dead.
So in order to start the Night of the Living Dead, our protagonist, the currently eating a chicken leg evil's envoy, had to reach the region's larger cemeteries and recruit their undead.
일단 일꾼 늘리고 닭집이랑 닭집은 있고 병영은 없고 마법 뾰로로 크리처들이 빠르게 지상과 던전을 오갈 수 있게 합니다. 일단 땅에 있는 건 다 파.
One of the lucky evil's little snots had discovered a hidden arcanium. Here demons could create valuable mana, which on the one hand they themselves needed, while on the other
8마리.
could also be used
빨리
for
빨리
powerful
나가고 저거 하나
spells.
캐고 오자.
Keep your hands to yourself.
And so it
없네.
was that the first demon began to generate
다시 들어와,
powerful
다시
mana in the arcanium. Ah, delicious manner, I like to spread it on my Sunday morning croissant as my wife passes me a cup of tea and massages my feet as I open the newspaper to the
이 게임
obituary.
얼마냐고요?
But back
아니야 이거 다렉에서
Manner was
랜덤박스
also
타면 나온단
important that I
말이야.
couldn't care less about Sunday morning croissants evil because, on the one hand, his higher level demons loved the stuff, and on the other hand, it could be used to cast powerful spells. Of course, the excited evil couldn't wait to promptly try it out.
네, 맞아요. 이 게임은 뽑는 거예요. 닭집 어딨어, 닭집. 닭집 옆에다가 애들 내주죠. 빨리 일에 빠져가지고 그냥 빨리 파란 말이야. 이 게임 있어야 다래 뽑기 좀 해본 놈 소리 듣는다고. 뛰어다녀. 걷지 말고 뛰라고. 돈이 부족한가 보네. 일단 요만큼.
It's payday.
빨리. 빨리 캐라고. 못된 손이라고. 아니 열심히 하라고 격려해주는 것 같다. 못된 손이라니요. 말씀이 너무 심하신 거 아닙니까?
Damn pointy-eared wenches sneaking around here somewhere. Let's go, men. Double the watches and leave something for me.
You have no chance against me and the ultimate evil. I can smell your beer breath all the way down into my dungeon, you drunken shrimp.
Spread out and find her.
The presence of the inconspicuous as a rainbow-colored dog evil's army was no longer a secret. In fact, it was amazing it had escaped the warriors of good for so long. Well, their leader was a dwarf.
방어할 준비가 되길 바란다고?
I digress.
웨이브 한 번
Hopefully
오나?
the dungeon's defenses are ready.
You desire?
일단 나가를 뽑아야 되니까 빨리 이거 하나 먹고 그러고 들어가자.
Oh, I'd love to work with professionals. Just once.
Just wait.
아, 이 때마침 딱 걸리냐?
Everything good must die.
타이밍이 안 좋았네. 가는 길에 몹이 왜 이렇게 많아? 피 채워야지 터칠 텐데.
Tanos must die.
아 그래도 피 회복하는 거 주네. 1레벨을 다시 뽑으면 된다고요? 너는 정말. 먹었으니까 집에 가고 나가 뽑으면은 다시 오자. 보이는 건 다 파나. 금방 바로 찾았네.
It's payday.
월급날이 제일 싫어. 월급도 주고 보너스도 주자고요? 그럴 돈이 어딨어. 돈 있다고 그렇게 있는 족족 펑펑 쓰면은 저축은 언제 할 거야? 위험한 상황이 써야 될 거냐? 여기도 있네. 우린 부자가 될 거야. 땅 메우는 건 돈 드나?
There are enemies in your dungeon.
evil comes from above.
악이 하늘에서 빗발친다. 취소했는데 취소가 안 됐나봐. 매우는 중이야? 매우는 거 생각보다 시간 오래 걸리는구나. 아니 그러면 입구 막아버리면 되지 않아? 입구 다 그냥 흙으로 메워버리면 되잖아. 그러면 못 들어오잖아. 그럼 나가서 선한 무리를 부술 수가 없다고? 아니 내가 들어서 옮기면 되잖아. 내가 들어서 옮기고 집에 올 때마다 요 벽 하나 부숴주면 되잖아. 시스템이 그렇게 허술할 리가 없다고? 뭐 그렇게 하겠는데 굳이 그렇게 할 필요가 있을까 하는 생각이 들어서. 빨리 뛰어다니라고. 걷지 말고. 금고를 여기로 지정을 해놔도 다른 데를 캐나봐요.
It's payday.
이거 봐 얼마나 착해. 직원들 안 시키고 내가 손수 직접 옮기는 거. 빡빡 일하라고.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
아니 방금
I
꺼냈더니.
am the cook. Everything evil comes from above.
아 비켜. 이거 취소하게. 아 비켜. 아 비키라고.
I want Tanos's head.
직원 던지는 악독사정 이런 거. 이게 다 같이 잘 되자고 하는 거야.
Good will fall.
Steel Smith wasn't built in a day, but if you lame asses had been there, the entrance gate still wouldn't be finished!
공격 많으니까 그냥 때려봐.
God, hey!
네, 잠깐 딴짓하는 사이에 이쪽으로 애들이 왔어요.
Tanos must die.
애들 피가 살살 녹았네. 이게 뭔데 이렇게 단단하냐?
Command me. Who do you want dead?
쓴 건가? 그럼 여기서 대기 타고 피 채우고 있어. 만든 거 맞아? 왜 만든 거 만들다 만 것처럼 생겼냐?
Enemies have entered
디펜스냐고요?
the dungeon.
그쵸? 그런 장르죠.
It's payday.
아, 만들고 있으니까 뭐냐. 슬렁슬렁 집에 가. 공구함을 줘야지 이란다고요? 아 그냥 적당히 하면 되지. 꼭 그렇게 연장 타령을 하더라. 꼭 일도 못하는 것들이 꼭 연장 타령하더라고.
Defend the dungeon heart.
Lead me to the battle. I am the evil.
근데 희한하게 이동시키면은 꼭 원딜이 앞으로 나가더라.
Give your orders.
채우면서 잠깐 기다리고. 네 개는 오바지. 방만 크게 파놓고 뭐 실속이 없네. 땅 파는 건 공짜로 했으니까 그냥 닥친 대로 파고 다녀. 돈이야 많으면 많으면 좋은 거 아님? 어차피 일 안 해도 봉급 빠지는 거 열심히 일하라고 해.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
아 애들 왜 이렇게 많아.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
왜 이렇게 많아. 집까지 튀어야 할 판인데.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
어디 갔어?
Enemy. Ouch.
어서오세요. 공구함이 많이 필요하네. 더지가 어차피 돈은 많으니까. 스레트 회식했다고? 안타깝군. 예산은 회식도 없다고요? 회식 없는 게 더 좋지 않아요? 이 방은 너무 작습니다. 저 효율 90이잖아. 방에 자리가 없어서 생산이 안 된다고요? 아 그래? 이쪽으로 들어갈 공간이 없어서 안 된다는 거야? 이렇게 하죠 뭐. 하나 치우지. 악마는 좀 별론 것 같아. 뛰라고. 아니야 내가 옮길게. 이거 얼른 옮기면 되니? 내가 옮겨줄게. 어디로 갈 건데 이거? 여기?
There are enemies in your dungeon.
얘는 왜 빨간불이 들어왔지?
Population limit reached? Population limit reached? Ha! Well then, plenty to throw at the enemy.
뭐지 이 해골 표시는? 뭐 때문에 화가 난 거지?
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Come from above.
이 함정에는 우리 편도 찔릴까? 발동하는 우리 편도 같이 타격이 미쳐.
Shoot him.
그래요? 안 찔려? 사기네.
Keep your hands to yourself. I am the evil. Good will fall. I am the queen of evil.
2회차 간다.
Payday.
쭉 깔아 그냥. 이렇게 깔면은 오다가 다 죽지 않을까?
Give your orders.
다 쓰면 리필해줘야 된다고요? 리필이 알아서 하지 않을까?
Population limit reached. Ha! Well then, plenty to throw at the enemy.
뒷마크도 가지고 가고.
Yes? What? All right, you undead! Up you get! Fight for me and regain your honor. I am Isildur's heir.
이쪽
I
문을
mean,
폐쇄해야겠어.
the
자꾸
deathly
이쪽으로 와.
pale evil's messenger. Fight for me, and I will consider your oath fulfilled. An oath that you never swore. Excuse me, I seem to have mixed a few things up.
Splendid speech. But good enough for the Minus Horde's very
그거 하나
dear, who
넣었는데?
excitedly signaled their approval, even if it was with nothing more than a moaned. And so, the Walking Dead arose to serve the abominable evil. And of course, his eloquent envoy with the split personality.
Hey, I can hear you.
I certainly hope so. I don't want to just waste my insults.
We'll talk later. Go, undead. Destroy the living.
두 마리가 죽었는데 왜 머릿수가 하나밖에 안 줄었지?
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
뭐야, 떨구는 사이에 공격을 못해갖고 죽잖아. 이쪽 들어와서 정리하고 저기 문 내어버려야겠다.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
하스스톤도 하수인 네터인을 공격 못한다고요?
Command me.
Defend the dungeon heart.
거참 않네.
Hey, keep your hands to yourself.
전쟁만 일삼는 군주라고?
You desire?
무슨 말씀을 또 그렇게 서운하게 하시죠?
It's payday.
월급날이 제일 싫어. 메워버려 이거. 오지 말라 그래. 월급 받지 말라고?
You desire?
아니 의식주 제공하잖아. 일로 못 가나 보네. 또 왔어.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
아이 메꿀라고 하니까 오냐.
Oh, I'd love to work with professionals. Just once.
이게 방어를 제대로 안 하니까 끌려다니네.
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
배고프고 졸리고 난리 났네.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
요 정도 깔아놓으니까 죽네. 직원 복지 신경 쓰라고? 이 정도면 되지 뭐 얼마나 더 신경 써줘야 돼.
Death to all that is good.
직원들이 자꾸 파업각을 본다고? 하여튼간 배가 불러가지고 이때 잘해주면 소용없다니까. 뭐야 이거 내 동댕이 치는 거. 야 빨리빨리 만들어 빨리빨리. 뛰어. 일거리만 던져주고 재촉한다고요? 아 밥 사주고 월급 주고 했으면 밥값을 해야지. 이거 완전 놀고 먹을 생각만 하고 말이야. 뛰라고 뛰라고.
Hey!
이 표시는 뭐지? 뭐 때문에 화가 난 거지? 졸리다고? 잠자리가 없어? 잔챙이 업글해서 교대 좀 해달라고요? 쟤네들은 뭐 그렇게 할 필요가 없어요. 지금도 충분히 잘 굴러가는데 굳이 뭐하러 거기다가 돈을 씁니까? 빨리빨리 일해.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
If you worked any slower, you'd be going backwards.
Battle!
레볼루션. 아니야 아직 그 정도까지는.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
그러게 게이지가 있네.
Time to die.
이 정도면 이제 지들끼리 알아서 수비 가능하겠지?
What can I do for you?
레볼루션? 아니야. 여기 돈 있어요. 금광 있어. 근데 얘네들이 지금 광을 안 캐서 그래. 공구 많으니까 하나만 돌려. 빨리 캐. 월급 받고 싶으면.
What?
Move it, you slackers! We need more resources.
I'm the Queen of Evil. More undead joined the monstrous evil, and with a spirited, if moaned, brains staggered off towards the human defenders, the glorious.
Hey, that's my text. You don't even appear in this dialogue at all.
Your problem for taking such a long ciggy break. I'll take over your job in the long run. That's something we can both agree on.
Are your two
이런
personalities
좋은 것
conspiring against me?
내비두고서 병력
As
키운다고
an
그 난리를
orator, I
쳤네.
am unsurpassed. If you heard the stories I tell in the bar on weekends, forget about that. Additional undead have been secured for the insidious evil.
여긴 확실히 이거
A few
좀비로 공기방패
dissatisfied
시켜야겠다.
bears appeared directly in front of Talia. Exactly, bears. And they attacked.
Hey!
This had nothing to do with a certain narrator's injured pride, but made total sense within the framework of the story.
어그로가 끌려서 애들
And
튀어나왔어.
zombies rose from their graves.
What are
달려들어.
you doing, you deadbeats? Are you seriously going to let a few old corpses get the better of you? Take care of this, before I kick your asses so hard you fly all the way to Stormbreeze, where you can tell Thanos personally what a bunch of goddamn cowards you really are.
아니야 이따 와 이따. 이따 와. 튀어 튀어. 이 경로는 뭐지?
It's payday.
으아 돈 가져가는 거 봐. 이 완전 이 날강도들.
What?
세상에 노동은 없다고요? 아 다 가져가라 다 가져가.
Even more undead. Yes, walk my mindless hordes and destroy the living. Do you always have to be so evil? Ugh. Is that a trick question? Naturally! Who, if not me?
And even more undead marched against the human
돈 잘
defenses in the
털린다.
glamorous evil's name.
이게
They
목표야?
didn't stand a chance.
이런 식으로
But suddenly,
뜬진
and this had
키워가지고
nothing to do with the
지상 다
protagonist's
점령하는
previous
거?
insults. Evil bears once again appeared to attack Talia.
Hey, it's all right, okay?
그
You can
캠페인이
keep your
있어요.
job. I'm sorry.
Almost miraculously, a bolt of lightning hit the bears and killed them on the spot. Amazing. But of course, it all made sense within the greater framework of this story. Fighters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise! Heroes want to attack one of your islands of evilness.
좀비빨로 가자. 나쁜 놈이 주인공이야. 그래서 약간 던전키퍼 같아요.
Have to leave you now because I have to
이게 뭐야, 지금
prepare
코다닥
something
하는
back
거야?
home. But you hold the fort here. Got it? Good. Then take care of them.
With these heroic words, grimly the great dwarf king took to his heels and ran. Some might think it cowardly.
Yes, the damn coward. But we'll get him and then we'll organize an intervention. We'll tear him a new one.
My goodness, what a turn of phrase!
포션 나왔다.
Outrageous. Still, it was a desire I can only agree with. Come on, for the validation-craving evil.
모든 얼라주기.
Take that!
보드 캠페인. 딴따라다. 맥주 땡긴네. 여기서 1 다시 받고. 이젠 뭐 여기도 딱히 할 거 없는데?
There are enemies in your dungeon.
아이 함정 잔뜩 깔아놨지. 아이 함정이나 밟으셈. 그래도 많이 뚫고 났는데? 힐러는 우리 힐러는 도트로 채우는데 얘는 그냥 풀피로 한 번에 쫙 올리잖아. 진짜. 일단 한번 도와주러 가야겠네. 이거 다이다이 해. 여기 좀비 풀어가지고 우리 핵이 터지나
It's payday.
우리 던전이 터지나. 나을 것 같기도 하고. 근데 여기서 포탈이 있긴 있었는데. 빠르게 던전 오고 간다고. 한번 찍어볼까? 근데 또 막히는 것 같아요. 네. 인턴 쓰고 버린다고? 아, 왜 정직원들 왔잖아요, 이제. 이것들이 할 거 없으니까 청소하는 거 봐.
If you worked any slower, you'd be going backwards.
와, 여기 애들 언제 늘어났어? 아, 여기 뒤에 하나 달라 했더니.
What can I do for you?
정직원들은 여기 있고 저기 하청들 앞서갈 때까지 기다려. 왜 급할 때 외주 주고 그래야지.
And the good people's defensive camp went up in flames. The pitiful survivors ran in
자, 야,
panic
저거
and
대포 아니야?
dispersed in
튀어요,
all
튀어요.
directions.
피해요.
Those
속으로.
cowards! See how they run! Isn't that funny?
It does have something comical about it. Even the zombies emitted a laughing moan before pushing on to get some tasty brains before the others did.
Power is indescribable.
The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course.
외주 불러.
The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course.
또 온다. 4명.
Biters, I mean zombies, I mean undead, oh, whatever. Rise!
I am the evil.
빨리 가. 가서 어그로 끌어.
The Walking Dead set out to destroy all living things. All good living things, of course.
내 쪽은 기가 막히게 빨리 뚫렸고.
The dungeon heart is being attacked.
I am the queen of evil.
엘리죠. 아니야, 내 쪽이 더 오래 버티지.
Now it is time to find Grimly and give him his rightful punishment.
What rightful punishment?
Oh, rightful or not, what do I care? As long as the dwarf suffers!
The lands of Ashspring were wholly under the crazed evil's control. Every now and then, a confused zombie would pop up, even though the living had already been driven out. But that didn't matter, for the absolute evil's hordes set out for Steelsmith, King Grimly's headquarters.
우리 시간 많이 잡은 거야 이거?
The Battle of Steelsmith.
드워프
Led
도시를
by Talia, the
침략하기
brutal evil's army
시작했다.
had reached the dwarven town of
All right, you lazy buggers, get ready. That evil horde is going to show up with that pointy-eared cow any moment now. But Steelsmith is a fortress like none they've ever seen. So, take your positions and don't
첫 번에는
forget the
책갈피만
elf is
누르더니.
mine. I'm going to make slippers out of her ears. Did you hear the rumbling?
하긴 테크를 처음부터
I
타니까요.
feel it in my right chord. Send out the scouts and prepare the death hammer!
Finally, the time of the great battle was at hand. Talia's troops had taken the quickest route from the Ash Spring swamplands, and they were full of anger and determination to win this final confrontation.
I wouldn't say that. I'm still trying to persuade myself to return to the forces of good.
Okay. A part of Talia burned with anger and determination to win this final
짠 숙제를 안 해서
confrontation.
그런 것도 있다고요?
Another wanted to
아
find
근데 자꾸
work
본진이 털리는 걸
and
어떡해?
a bonsai garden.
Ugh, ignore my little moments. I'm going to crush that god's damned dwarf. He's made his last stupid comment about elves. I'm going to make gloves out of his beard.
What's this whole thing about everybody using bits of their opponents for slippers or gloves? That's incredibly unhygienic. The
빨리 해.
time had come. Talia began to raise a great army for the erratic evil.
던전 키퍼 신작이냐고요? 아니요. 워크래프트 3 리포지드인데요. 최신 고전 게임.
The excavation happy evil came upon a room in which some dwarves were trapped. No matter how they got there, they didn't look at all grateful.
뭐야 여기? 얘네들은 여기 왜 갇혀 있어? 네, 들어가세요. 뛰어다니라고, 걷지 말고. 뛰어. 집을 어디다 지어줄까? 뛰어다니라고. 이거 리멀드라고요? 아니요, 워크 유즈 모드인데요. 재밌는 것 같은데 아리까리하다고. 그냥 시간 잘 가는 게임은 괜찮은 게임 아닌가요? 시간 확실히 잘 가는데? 공룡 나오냐고? 땅 파면 가끔 공룡 나옴.
Hey, Talia, open those pointy ears of yours. I have a surprise.
이거는 내비 뒀다가 나중에 파는 식으로 해야겠다.
Something will shake it.
지금 파봐야 뭐
Come on,
이거
men!
어차피 공간 하나 풀고서 가니까
Hammer!
By the goddess.
시나리오 하나당
Grimly had
한
had a gigantic hammer built,
해작 게임.
the Death Hammer. This caused not only a disturbance in the forts, but also in the ground, causing a massive earthquake. The effect on the dungeon was clearly noticeable. The dungeon heart in particular could only withstand but a few such blows.
How do you like that, you damned evil blue? Now, we just have to take a few minutes to rewind. But it was
봉급
that well
삭감.
worth
그게
it.
저희 봉급 삭감합니다.
Stay and enjoy the show. Evil soul.
25일에
In his
아우터
own
월드.
lovingly insulting manner, Grimly made it clear to Talia and the perplexed evil that pulling back would not be an option. The giant hammer had to be destroyed.
We can't stay here. That thing has to be destroyed. After analyzing it briefly, I've discovered a great weakness.
Threw something through the 2-meter-wide cooling vent to destroy the reactor.
What? Nonsense! The thing is standing right there, so we can smash it to pieces.
Oh, why did I expect
빨리 이거 자원 먼저
sophisticated
먹어야 돼.
tactics when I'm hanging around with bloodthirsty, not exactly intelligent evil creatures?
크리면 고블린이 먹자.
Yeah?
집에 들어가서 잠깐 요양하고. 그러네. 던전 입구로 이어지는 길을 막을 수는 없습니다. 여기 왜 빨간불 들어왔지? 잔챙이들이 묘를 파서 언데드들이 죽더라도 돌아와서
And
재생할 수
again, the
있도록.
exploratory evil dug up a few trapped dwarves. Obviously, getting trapped while digging seemed to be the order of the day around here.
저거를 개발을 해야지 언데드를 뽑을 수 있나? 아, 생겼다. 벤시.
There are
빨리 해,
enemies
빨리.
in your dungeon.
Me.
봉급이 얼마인지 표시 안 돼 있네. 레벨이 높으면 올라가긴 할 텐데. 기본 봉급.
Payday.
으아! 여기서 알아서 지가 챙겨가는구나. 벤시가 제일 비싸네. 이거 어떻게 썼었지?
I knew you'd need me.
피 잠깐 채우고 있고. 금강은 많네. 돈이 부족하진 않네요.
Showed him.
이건 뭐지? 죽음의 망치. 작동 시간까지 1분?
Daughter, reconsider your deeds. You can still turn back. No one need die today.
빛에 다니까 기절하네.
Evil creatures, perhaps, but certainly neither Grimly nor you.
This bloke is more stubborn than those phone marketing people who are always trying to get me to buy some shite.
I too think that we should maybe rethink this.
안
Now
닿잖아요.
time for dwarves to die. Command me. Everything good must die.
NC가 방역 공격하니까 좀 편하네. 감기 조심하라고요? 요즘 일교차가 심해가지고 밤에 잘 때 조심해야겠더라고요.
We're going to tear that damn dungeon apart.
Take that!
이거 뭐라고?
So much for your death hammer, Grimly. Oh, did we break your toy? Are you going to cry like a little baby? Boo-hoo-hoo.
You'll pay for that. Don't be giving yourselves any medals yet. The Dwarven Empire will strike back. Of that you can be sure.
We could still solve this peacefully. You? Now? Really? In my moment of triumph? There is nothing you can't ruin, is there? Sorry. Holy crap!
쟤
You're even
이중인격
good
된다.
to me! Sister, you have some real issues. I have to go take care of a dwarven king and tear his city apart. Follow me. To
네, 다중이
Steelsmith.
됐어요.
It's payday.
월급날이 제일 싫어.
I will destroy this land. Hasta la vista, baby.
그런 데서 자원 약탈 못하나? 이런 거 금 같은 거?
What do you want me to do?
일단 다 파.
Hey, Talia. Did you really think
아,
I
공사하는데 오시면 어떡해요?
I had a second
아이
death
참.
hammer built. It will
이제
tear
작업
your dungeon
시작했는데.
apart. Move it, man.
Another one of those things? Ah, damn it all anyway. Get ready for impact!
With a kaboom! The second death hammer hit on the ground and sent its destructive waves toward the dungeon. The dungeon heart groaned under the blow. This death hammer also had to be destroyed quickly
난리
in
났네.
order to save the dungeon heart.
Just to make sure nothing happens to my poor little hammer, I also built an SLD-26 magical tower shield generator. So knock yourselves out.
Generously,
힐러가
the
없어갖고
foolish
버티겠네.
dwarf king grimly revealed the safety mechanisms to the listening and taking notes evil. Before the second death hammer could be turned off, a team would have to land on Endor. I mean, the eager for a Star War evil had to destroy the magic shield.
Right then. First, we'll destroy the magical tower, and then Death Hammer number 2. No problem. We're good at breaking things. Orders.
이게 아이 묘하게 안 되네. 아이 위치 잘못 잡았네. 저는 스팀에서 받아서 모르겠네요.
It's payday.
길은 다 꼬아놨고.
And again, the exploratory evil dug up a few trapped dwarves. Obviously, getting trapped while digging seemed to be the order of the day around here.
What? I knew you'd need me. What do you want me to do? I am the queen.
이거 못 잡나? 이게 맞네. 아, 잡아 죽을 걸.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Evil will triumph. Ouch! Thanos must die.
함정 빨자 빨리.
Good will fall.
속도가 느린데 조금 더 지워야 되나? 아, 또 들어와.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Who do you want, Ed?
얘도 업그레이드 하면은 딜이 꽤 나오던데. 데이터 있어. 응? 이 정도면 맞는데? 위로 가자.
Payday.
돈이
These
부족하다고?
cowardly dwarves have actually blown up the bridge. I mean, it's good for my ego to be feared
Oh,
that
뭐야.
greatly, but how are we gonna get through there now?
아, 딴짓하다가. 아. 하나 괜히 죽었네. 얘도 죽었네.
The half-blind evil had yet to find another way over the demolished bridge.
피 채울
Had it
동안
even
이쪽으로
really
가지도
searched
못하겠다.
for one?
갇혔어.
Needing an alibi, it quickly sent a few creatures swarming out as a vanguard.
던전 꾸미는 거면 재밌겠을 텐데 지상 돌아다니는 거 귀찮다고요? 맞아요. 던전만 꾸미는 거면은 되게 재밌게 했을 것 같은데. 네, 그렇게만 하면은 너무 던전 키퍼 같아가지고 그것 때문에 이렇게 한
I'll
걸까?
show you where the hammer hangs. So, second verse, same as the first.
Right, I get it. There used to be a bridge there and now it's gone. Boo hoo hoo, what shall I do, and so on and so forth. But honestly, crying isn't going to help anything here. Have a look around.
귀 잡고
Make
있어.
a few notes. There's sure to be another way. Big stones bring big luck, if you get this subtle as a kick in the teeth hint.
벤시는 언제더라 힐을 못 받나봐. 던전 키퍼요? 뭐 유명한 거니까 이름은 알고 있지. 지보스톤은 또 뭐야?
Your dungeon heart is under attack.
Evil will triumph. Drop me on the enemy.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
And stay down. Evil energy grows stronger. Tell me what to do.
엥, 벤시 죽었어. 내려, 나 일어나. 아, 노라고. 그러네, 하나 죽었네.
For evil. Ouch! Ouch! Death from above.
빨리 뛰어.
The Deathly Pale Evil had erected a cemetery. From now on, it could supply its own walking dead. Practically enough, heroes who had kicked the bucket were dropped here and then turned into brainless zombies. As an alternative, banshees could also be inspired to join the burning evil's
벤시
army.
피가 부족한 게 좀 아쉬운데. 죽으면은 다시 뭐 부활해서 뛰어와.
Who do you want killed?
It's payday.
the Queen of Evil. I am the Queen of Evil. Good will fall.
The having a look around evil's army had discovered a stone heap. Just a little brute force, and it would fall into the ravine to form something like a bridge. Computer game logic.
계속 미국 가겠네.
I am the evil.
나레이터 짜증난다고요? 계속 나한테 뭐라고 하잖아. 벤시 어떻게 살아있냐? 피 보고. 피가 보이지도 않는데. 타이밍이 조금 안 좋아져.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
I am the evil.
이건 조금 아픈데. 그래도 3레벨이라?
What can I do for you? Time to take out the trash. Destroy them all.
그림자 따뜻하다.
What can I do for you?
Hey! Hands off my SLD-26 magical tower shield generator!
Hey, Grimly. Your toys break easily. My pals barely got their hands on it and it broke. So, people, let's have a look at this second death hammer, shall we?
You keep your hands to yourself and I'll bite your fingers off, you goddamn wench!
레벨 높으니까 그냥 딜찍 내버리네.
Prepare the death hammer!
Grimly seemed a little desperate upon seeing the occasionally gigging as a stand-up comedian evil turned out to be a brilliant strategist. It relentlessly sent its armies towards the second death hammer.
Thanos must die.
얘도 왜 오다 말지?
want Tanos's head. Oh, these things are pretty fragile, aren't they? Grimly, I think I accidentally broke both your hammers. I'm so sorry.
I'll strangle you in my bare hands, Gil! You goddamn disgusting!
In order to make sure we don't have to cut out all of Grimly's cursing, I'll just take over here. The brilliant evil had succeeded. The second Dwarven hammer was also history, and its army marched inexorably towards the Dwarven town of Steelsmith. Something else permeated the smell of metalworking that wafted from the city towards the dungeon. The smell of the dwarves' fear.
For good reason, too. We're going to tear
지들이 먼저
that
나오네.
city apart. We could still return to the side of good. Let me think about it for a second. No.
Hey, Talia, I have a surprise for you. You know that all good things come in threes?
Honestly, do you have another one of those damn death hammers?
A death hammer? Ha! I have 3 death hammers!
What? The whole thing times 3? Not very imaginative, if you ask me. You are so...
Stop! Hammer time!
Together, the 3 death hammers had a lot more power than a single one.
세
It
개요.
would certainly be better for the dungeon heart if they too were quickly put out of action.
한 마리 피가 션션한데. 어서 오세요. 문이 공성전보다 더 따뜻하네.
Good will fall.
이거 잡으면 제가 튀어나오는 걸까? 벤시 한 마리는 또 언제 미국 갔대?
Evil energy grows stronger.
So, that's the way you want it. I'll take care of you myself. For death and glory, the horn of Grimly Hammerhand shall sound in the deep one last time. Men, let this be the hour when we draw swords together. Now for wrath. Now
아니
for ruin.
발판까지 하네.
And the Red Dawn!
Finally, meet Grimly. Your final hour has come.
피해요. 수동으로. 못 피하네 이거. 되는 거 아니냐고요? 아니야, 최대한 빨리 피했는데. 무시하고 얘만 때리기 너무 아프다.
Good will fall.
You pay for this, you damn brat!
With these words, Grimly the Dwarven King breathed his last.
A well-earned victory for evil. Ha! All the legends and stories that revolve around good heroes. Utter nonsense. In the end, evil will always triumph. Time to enjoy my victory.
마그니 사망.
Talia, what have you done? You killed Grimly. I will have to punish you for this. Stay where you are. I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Apparently, Tanos was anything but enthusiastic about his foster daughter's deeds. The insightful evil knew that a confrontation was not yet advisable and ordered Talia to travel west, always west.
We could always wait for Father and try to explain everything to him. Oi, 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 oh, come on. Even my good side can't be that naive. He'll skin me alive if he gets his hands on me. There's no way I should get anywhere near him until his anger has cooled. Oh, unfortunately, I'm afraid I have to agree with my evil me. We should let the grass grow over the whole thing first.
Oh, good and evil in agreement. A rare stroke of luck, I'd say. So it was time to run. Here, the only problem was, as usual, his own death. After the Dwarven King Grimly suffered a premature death at the hands of the hero-beating evil's armies, the dark elf Talia got herself out of dodge. She took the evil creatures and retreated into the tunnels and mines of Steelsmith, which were connected to the most remote places in the world. The hasty departure proved to be very wise indeed, for shortly
그러게,
afterwards,
엄청 화났네.
Tanos appeared on the scene, and with him, a mighty army of good. When he found his dwarven friend's lifeless body, he screamed his pent-up anger out into the world, as overly emotional heroes are often prone to do. A few hours later, Tanos gathered with his two remaining comrades and commanders in his tent. We will now repeat approximately what was said. I, the evil will destroy us. We are lost. Wail, wail, and so on. In the end, Tanos called his fellow soldiers to order and commanded them to return to their respective empires and strengthen their defenses. So it was time to do what all good folks do: hide themselves behind thick walls in fear and hope that the storm would pass them by and hit the others. How exceedingly honorable. In the meantime, Tanos sent out some spies to track down his evil student. The Dark Elf had, by then, beaten her way through the mines of Steelsmith, accidentally awakened an army, and fled from a whip-swinging
채찍을 휘두르
demon.
나마.
The usual stuff
드워프
that happens
터널을
when
지나면
traveling
흔히
through
생기는
dwarven
일이래.
tunnels. At least they had left Tanos and the armies of good far behind them, and now moved almost unmolested through the countryside, determined to continue spreading chaos and horror.
그 반지.
The end of Burger's End. After Grimly's inglorious end, the insidious evil's army had gone through the mines of Steelsmith to escape Tanos's armies and his wrath. The old shafts brought them close to the busy town of Burger's End.
나머지는 내일 합시다. 이게 캠페인이 생각보다 시간을 많이 잡아먹어가지고. 광역 피해를 줄 수 있는 근접 전투원. 뭐 캠페인마다 계속 뭐 하나씩 해금해주네. 안 된다고? 돼! 이건 뭐야? 찐막하고 가라고? 찐막하기에는 시간이 너무 오래 걸리는걸. 캠페인당 1시간 꼴이야. 그러면은 안녕히 주무세요. 근데 다렉에서 랜덤박스로 해서 나온 거 치고는 그냥 할만한데? 괜찮으네요. 시간이 잘 간다는 거는 그래도 게임이 괜찮다는 얘기거든. 레이웨이도 나쁘지 않아요? 나중에 이럴 때 또 짬짬이 한번 해봐야지 뭐. 그러면은 안녕히 주무세요. 시뮬레이션 종류가 항상 그런 것 같아요. 내가 하는 건 괜찮은데 남이 보는 건 별로 재미없는 거? 아무래도 시간이 오래 걸리니까. 그럼 진짜로 안녕.